Welcome back to Elden Ring. I know it's been a while. Welcome back. I got you a little bit of a view while we do our recap. There you go. So far on Elden Ring, the long version. Because for those of you watching the VODs, where you just watched the last VOD and then you jumped into this one, been multiple weeks for me. Multiple weeks. So, Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a video game about trees. There are many trees throughout the game, some literal, such as the Erd tree or the lesser Erd trees around. Some more, not theoretical, but like family trees and hierarchies and so on and so forth. But regardless, Elden Ring is a video game about trees. We've been making our way through the family tree. The reason is, an unprecedented amount of time ago, it could be 500 years, it could be 1,000 years, we don't know. Marika, Queen Marika, now known as Queen Marika the Eternal, but at the time, she was just Marika, landed on this planet. Yes, she is an alien. Landed on this planet. They land called the Lands Between. She was given a mission by an outer god named the Greater Will. There are many other outer gods in the Lands Between that have presence here and have diddled their fingers around the world, but the primary one is the Greater Will. Marika, under the service of the Greater Will, was given the task of dictating the laws of the land and basically dominating the Lands Between under the Greater Will's order. Under the Greater Will's command. She did so throughout many years and a very long time, starting by using her husband at the time, Lord Godfrey. The first Elden Lord. Elden Lord meaning basically he's a defender of the Elden Ring and Marika. Lord Godfrey fought many battles for Marika and the Greater Will. He dominated the land. He fought the giants. He fought the Storm King, so on and so forth. He dominated the Lands Between and brought the Lands Between in under the banner of Marika over a very long time. But when all of those battles were finished, when all of those wars were won, the light faded from Godfrey's eyes. He was no longer being supported by the Greater Will. The Greater Will no longer believed in him. The Greater Will was no longer part of his mission plan. The Greater Will let him go. He fell from grace, is what that is called. So, Marika, seeing this happen, seeing that he was no longer part of the Greater Will's plan, and divorced him. And then exiled him from the Lands Between to go off into distant lands unknown, to continue fighting in eternal battle in order to satiate his bloodlust. He did not do this alone. His warriors were called Tarnished, or rather, later were called Tarnished. Now we're Tarnished. A Tarnished is basically a person who has fallen from grace. However, Marika, during this time where they had this divorce and the exile happened, made a promise to Godfrey and all the Tarnished that one day, for some reason, at the time that I don't even think she knew, they would be called by the Greater Will once again. They would be given the guidance of grace. She did not know why, I assume. But she said, but she delivered this message from the Greater Will. One day, the light will enter their eyes once again. We are a Tarnished. We are one of Godfrey's soldiers, or were. However, for whatever reason, we did not make it out of the lands between. We did not leave the lands between. We were abandoned here as a really lifeless corpse. Not really. During these wars, assumedly following these wars, America, rewinding. As I said, the Greater Will desires to take the lands between and bring it under his rule. I say his, it's ungendered. I just say his, because it's like, whatever, it doesn't matter. Don't know. The Greater Will took that distracted me so bad. That straight up took me off my train of thought. Just random Steam sounds. Anyways, the Greater Will wanted to do this through the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring is basically a set of rules for the land. It is rules that the world must follow. It's basically like, imagine like in real life, like let's say you believe in Christianity and stuff. It's like in real life if God was like, dogs aren't real. It's like that. And then all of a sudden, every single dog on the planet disappeared, which it would be horrendous and horrible for everyone involved. Regardless, I digress. So Marika plucked the rune of destined death from the Elden Ring. She removed it from the Elden Ring. This basically meant that nobody was destined to die, which means two things primarily. One, people will not die from old age, people will not die from hunger, people will not die from sickness, so on and so forth. Two, if a person is killed forcibly by another creature, they do not necessarily fully die. Or rather, their body dies, their corporeal flesh dies, but their soul lives on. And over time, eventually, their soul will, if viewed as a good person by the Greater Will's directive or dictation, or Marika's dictation, unclear, it's not clear, they will be revived. They will be given Erd Tree burial, and they will be later revived, reincarnated. This is not the only means of reincarnation, but this is the one that matters for right now. After she removed this rune of death, and I should mention also, before that, when she was with Godfrey, they had 3 children. Godwyn, Godric, no, sorry. She had Godwyn, Moog, and a 3rd child that we have yet to see, hear, or know about. But she did have a 3rd one. Godwyn also had another child named Godric. So it's like a grandchild kind of situation. After that, after Godfrey and her got a divorce, after an unprecedented amount of time, there was another war where the Greater Will and the Golden Order was fighting against a place called Raya Lucaria, and the Carian royal family. You can see it on the map right there. They fought to try to dominate this area, and it ended in a stalemate. Reason 1, they used powerful magics that were able to hold them back. I'm reading everything that you're saying. They used powerful magics that were able to hold them back. But that's one reason of why it went into stalemate and why the Golden Order wasn't able to wipe them out. Also probably because they weren't being led by Godfrey anymore, and Godfrey wasn't a legendary army commander. So they fought against Raya Lucaria and the Carian royal family, the leader of Raya Lucaria, and had a stalemate. Reason number 2 for this stalemate is under Instead of Godfrey leading this army, it was instead led by a legendary warrior named Radagon, who is described as a tall individual, a buff individual with flowing red hair that is like giant, like a lion's mane. When Radagon and Rennala fought during this war, instead of defeating each other and killing one another, they fell in love. Love truly does bloom on the battlefield. And in turn, they got married. And they had 3 children of their own: Ranni, Ricard, and Radahn. However, once again, after an unprecedented amount of time, they got a divorce. And Radagon left Rennala to go marry Marika and become the second Elden Lord. This crushed Rennala. Rennala could not and did not recover from this. She was left in shambles. And now, Raya Lucaria itself, the college, is fighting against the Carian royal family and failing to take back the college as it has fallen into disarray. Radagon married Marika, and together they had 2 children, Miquella and Melania, twins. We will now move on to the story of the children. We don't know much about Mohg. Let me rewind. I'll go in order of birth. Godwyn. Godwyn died. Now, you might be like, didn't you just say nobody could die because they removed death and death? Yeah. So Ranni, I think second-born child, maybe, of Radagon and Rennala. Radahn and Radagon are the only 2 I confuse ever. Radagon and Rennala had a child named Ranni. Ranni killed Godwyn. She basically summoned, or rather employed, Black Knife assassins that carved a symbol into Godwyn's death. When that happened, at the same exact time, Ranni, at the top of this tower right here, did the same thing to herself, and in turn, Godwyn was able to die, but not fully, just like everything else. Instead, Godwyn's soul died, a thing that is not supposed to be possible. Godwyn's soul died, but Godwyn's body lived on. We've seen this body. It is causing roots to spawn everywhere, to grow everywhere, and cause those who live in death to be revived. Ranni only killed her body. Her soul lived on, and in turn, she took over a doll. A doll that we currently have in our possession and we have been carrying with us. It's in the key items. She put her soul in a doll, inside of this doll. And this is basically what kicked off the entirety of the game. Godwyn's death left Marika in shambles, as anyone's kid dying before them would. And in turn, unless like they're a bad parent. And in turn, Marika shattered the Elden Ring at a point of grief. He shattered the Elden Ring. Radagon tried to repair it the best he could, but failed. And that starts the events of the game. The Elden Ring, the largest sections of it, were then given to the demigod children and the step demigod children. With Mohg, the third child that we don't know about, Ranni, Radahn, and Radagon, and Ricard all getting their own segments of this Elden Ring. The Greater Will basically said to them through the 2 fingers, you need to fight to become the Elden Lord. You need to take up the reign. You'll get it first try one of these times. I mean, I did the first time. Anyways. So they fought each other to become the Elden Lord. And failed to defeat one another. Each and every single one of them failed to defeat one another. Obviously, each of them had further motive than just fighting each other and getting the Elden Ring, but regardless, all of them failed to become the Elden Lord. In turn, the Tarnished were revived. That's us! Hey, look at that! I'm 15 minutes into this recap, and we just got to the actual events of the video game. We got spawned! We got the guidance of grace, and we were given the task, the same task that they were given, become Elden Lord. We fought Godric the Golden. He is a big guy into grafting, and he's the grandson of Godfrey, son of Godwyn. We defeated him. We got his Elden Ring. We moved on. We defeated Renala, but did not kill her because we didn't need to. But we defeated her and got her, her ring, her Elden Rune. Her Great Rune. There it is. That's what it's called. Got her Great Rune. Then we fought Radahn. We got his Great Rune. And we've been working our way through, the world of Elden Ring. We've also met Ranni and talked to Ranni. We're actually working for Ranni. That's why I got her in my butthole right there. Like, and now, finally to the events of right now, we are currently hunting down, in a way, Ricard. The, I think, lowest child of Renala and Radagon, the youngest born. We are in his area. He is known as Ricard the Blasphemous. We'll talk more about him as we go. I don't need to go super deep into his lore, as it doesn't really tie into the bigger picture right now. But basically, he doesn't believe in the greater will. What else I got for you? There's other side stories happening, like Melania. No, sorry. Well, I mean, I guess, yeah. The other children are, like... Melania is known as, like, the goddess of rot, and then Moog follows the formless mother. Both of these are outer gods. We'll talk more about them later. But what I wanted to talk about was Millicent. Millicent is kind of, in a way, a child of Melania in, like, a weird way. She was a baby found inside of the rot pool that Melania caused to spawn. It basically, like, seeped out of her in a way. So, like, that side quest is important. And there's also Hyetta, who has been eating Shabriri grapes, which are infected eyeballs. She's been eating eyes with pink eye. That are slowly infecting her with Fury, another outer god. There's also, today, a character named, I think it's Zarias? We knew her as, I think it was just Raya. But basically, she is a snake child who we thought was the child of both Lady Tanith and Ricard, as Lady Tanith is Ricard's wife, and we've been interacting with her quite a bit. We thought that she was the child of them. However, it turns out that she was actually adopted by Lady Tanith. And we're going to explore some more of her story today. And also, I think we might actually progress the video game today. It might happen. It might happen. Alright, after 18 minutes of recap, let's get started. Hey, you know, it is what it is.
Oh, jeez.
Hi, dude, how are you? Hello, Carhill, how are you? How you guys doing? Alright, let's get started, folks. Let's get started. There's also a bunch of other stuff that I didn't touch on, like the Glow-Eyed Queen and stuff. I don't know why that played twice just now.
Oh, jeez.
How do you feel about the Sonic Worm? I love it, honestly. Whose emote is that? Don't know him. I just woke up. Good morning. Doing Swift? Never heard of him. Now, keep in mind, and I'm already busting out the excuses, I have not played this game in like 20 years at this point, alright? I'm gonna have to de-rust. God damn, am I sick of showcases. Holy shit. Okay. The redeems aren't working, young man? Which redeems? The channel point redeems or the crowd control redeems? Because the crowd control redeems do not work in this area. You see, the crowd control redeems do not work in this area. Feels as though I opened a shortcut that I didn't take. Why were they all at the same time? Summer Game Fest, E3. E3 but dead. Backslash. Okay. Oh, all that missed. Except for the last one. Okay. Now, I recall vaguely where we need to go. I cannot open my map. Why? Oh. I recall vaguely where we need to go. It's only vaguely. I did say backslash, that's true. Crowd control redeems do not work in this area, backslash. That's my exact words. This is the shortcut, right? That I didn't take just now? Yeah. This is a shortcut that I could have taken but didn't, because I forgot. Sometimes it really do be like that. Okay, there we go. You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy, pal. Pal, you're not that guy. Alright. Did I miss the yap session? Yeah. How you doing, Farm? And also, how you doing, Via? Oh. I think this is where I was. I don't, what is a map, you know? Yeah, this is where I died, I think. Right? Yeah. Okay, I know where I am then. You also missed 18 minutes of a recap. Why'd that guy explode? What do you think they're looking at? The lava? Lava is pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna get you. I did. That person just squirted on me? I'm into it? Only you could use the Force as well as Elimer can. Excuse me, I'm doing great, thank you. Alright, I'm doing great. Doing great. Let me do, one moment, please. How do I get up there? RP. What is that? Oh. Oh. Oops, wrong button. Where am I? It might have gone too far. I don't know where the fuck I need to go right now. No, I can't fuck this up. Yeah, you can't spawn things here, Robo. This area is protected under maritime law. Yeah. Yeah. Do I have any fire bombs right now? No. Yeah. I was waiting for you to ask. I was baited. That's why I didn't ask. I could foresee it. I assume it's just spaghetti, but with salsa. Yeah.
Hero, Terry's a new Souls like coming out that's like Dark Souls but Italian and looks cool. Also this boy might be joining the army boy.
By Souls like you mean recursive. No, so is that not just what Liza P is? Dark Souls but Italian? Oh, it's Bloodborne but Italian, I guess. You know? Not Liza P. What game? Also, what branch? What branch and what brought you to join the army? Real Knight's Resolve. That's Ricard right there. See that guy? That's Ricard. That's Ricard right there. See that guy right there? That's Ricard. See that right there? It's Tennis. Actually, that might also be Ricard. But with a mask on. Dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-doo-dee-doo. Huh. Alright.
Hello again. Welcome.
Alright, bye. Inotria, the last song. I think we seen that during SGF sometime. That sounds familiar. Look in Discord, young man. I'm forever VIP, so I have things that I want to know. This is my last stream. Is this like licorice, but like spicy? Not spicy? Oh, okay. It's like that red color that like spicy things usually are. Tangy, salty. Oh, okay. Okay. Define tangy. I'm gonna be doing army as my branch, and because I want to learn a skill and wasn't sure what I wanted to for an actual job yet, so yeah. Okay. I would think on it more, I think. There's other ways to learn skills than joining the army. I don't know, but like, hey, man.
My eye!
Hey, Whimsy, how you doing? But like, there is like a lot of good areas to learn new things in the military. You know, obviously people's brain jumps to shooty, but like it doesn't need to be. As you just said, I think you said mechanic. You know, there's computer engineering stuff. Like there's other branches. People usually pick up shooty, though. There's a seedbed curse from Dung Eater. But yeah, engineering's cool. As a person that has studied mechanical engineering, yeah, engineering's pretty cool. I mean, like, get you into college, right? You know? I'm dead. That's cool, Wing. What is your, like, what is your, so, like, let's say, what's your plan after, you know? What are you working up to? It's like you're going into the army, right? And you're learning electrical and mechanical engineering through the army. Would your plan be, do you think that after your, what do they call it? Not like term, but you know what I mean. After your, like, term is up, do you think that you would go to college for the same thing? Not term, what's the word? Word. Service? No. I don't know. It's just a candy that's rarely sweet. You get something in repairing equipment used on movies and such and maintaining them. That's cool. Army would, like, help me find a bunch of jobs. Of course, yeah. Excuse me, pardon me. Alright. Didn't mean to do this. Okay, I get you. Doing an on-base job. That's cool, Wing. So when so when do you start? Or chocolate, rather. Yeah, it's the chocolate. Hoping to stun them out of this, but it's man, they didn't get visceral a single time. What the fuck? I did so much damage to them and they didn't get visceral a single time throughout all that? God damn. Whew, I hate fighting those things. Remember one time my great uncle was visiting Florida and he was walking just to walk, and cops pulled over and asked if he needed help. He was when he said no, it was just for a walk. They insisted on driving him home. That's crazy. Yeah, I know, Genesis, but your entire 90% of your country is a winter wasteland, so it doesn't really count. You know, it's not usable land. You know? It's the same story for Australia, but like the opposite, where it's like Australia is really big, but like you kind of have to cut a giant circle in the middle of it because like it's all unusable land. You know? Not unusable, it's unusable. Nobody can live there. That's crazy. Too cold. Yeah, so anyways, I didn't find the thing that I was looking for, and I might need to look up where it is. I just, oops. I must have walked by her multiple times, because when I walk in here, I don't look that way. I look towards the door, so I must have walked by her multiple times.
Oh, it's you. I'm afraid there is something I must tell you. I was an unwanted child, born not of grace, but of a hideous ritual, something that can never be accepted. Not by men, nor serpents. Even Lady Tarnished shouldn't accept me. I know that you have done so much for me, but I wish to ask one last kindness. Kill me, please. I thought that I feared nothing, but this, free me from this accursed frame.
Okay, so like here's the sitch. Giving her this tonic of forgetfulness is cruel. It's basically just a potion that's like, oops, there goes your mind, right? Like it's very cruel, right? However, in every single other situation, she dies. In every single other situation in relation to this NPC dies. So I'm gonna give her to her.
To drink this, then? Yes, of course. You always were very kind. How delightfully sweet, and yet...
She's going. Back we go. We rest. We level up because we have nearly 100,000 souls. Get that baby up to 30. God damn. And then we go back. You can see she's still here. Wow, I definitely wasn't anticipating that. Okay. Oopsie poopsie.
If you follow this heroic, it cannot.
Yeah, I gave her the potion.
Thank you for allowing me this. I will never be a good mother. My heart is too frail. Our Lord must have known this all along.
What the fuck does that mean?
My meekness is all too clear. Sweet Zarias, have I earned your scorn? Sweet Zarias.
Alright, we're gonna check one more time if that changes anything in relation to her. Still nothing changed. Okay, I assume I gotta do Tarnished for a while or something. Well, here's the thing. We basically can't progress. Because, like, spoiler alert, spoiler alert, hang on, I'm gonna get there, hang on. Hang on. Spoiler alert. Excuse me, sir. Spoiler alert. I'm gonna pick up this stuff while I'm on the way. Yoink. Pardon me, thank you. I gotta kill him, he's unique. Quirky. That's the final boss. Not of the game, obviously, of the area. And once we fight that boss, it basically cuts off the rest of Tanith's quest line. If we were to do that right now, I believe it would also kill Raya. So, like, that's it. So we basically cannot progress this area until we progress main story. Because in order to continue Tanith's quest line, we need to go all the way up here. That's the next part of Tanith's. So we can't do that yet. In turn, we're forced to go do other shit. Now what is that other shit, you ask? I don't know, give me a second, I'll figure it out. Alright. We're gonna continue Ronnie's quest line. Which requires us to go... Would Ronnie's block us off? No? I don't think so. To continue Ronnie's, we have to go... I think it was here. Let me scroll. What is an intuitive eater? I just eat when my mouth is lonely kind of thing. Like it's a I've always attributed it to being a part of my depression. I like, I don't know, it could be
Perform for me a service as recompense. Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands. The name of Rani the Witch is already sullied by thee. I will not brook disobedience in this matter.
Luke. Excuse me, sir. You guys can now do crowd control again. By the way. We're no longer in the Volcano Manor. This guy right here is also an alien. Hi, Farm's mom. How are you? Welcome to Twitch. I guess I should go over here first, actually. I was gonna go back there, but no. Welcome to Twitch. Nice to have you. What? Your mom is here. Your farm's mom is here. Alright, that was not the right play. Your farm is here. Abba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-doo-dee-doo. Cringe enemy. Yeah. Yeah. Yoink. Yoink. Oopsie poopsie. Oh, this actually works better. Can I do this? Well. This moment, I wish I killed these enemies. Homie's got 1 pixel of health. Come on. All right. Well, homie had 1 pixel of health. All right. It's doing that because I'm hitting its eye, by the way. One pixel of health again, huh? There we go. Jesus Christ. That sounds like a you problem. A you-blum. Human bone shard. Farm's mom, thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. I hope you enjoy your emotes and your balloons. Thank you. I appreciate that. Alright. Alright, okay. Why did I just gain fury? These dudes are getting mad, are giving madness? That's crazy. Alright, so anyways, I'm gonna sit down again. I did that? No, that wasn't you. That was plants. Alright, you're not gonna take credits for the plants' work, alright? Getting environment versus enemy flashbacks. Oh, just wait until we replay Breath of the Wild, and we do it with crowd control, because we are. That's going to happen. I didn't even know those things gave madness. They're different Miranda flowers, that's what they're called. Give different things. They don't. Some of them do poison, some of them do madness, some of them do other stuff. It's not a consistent thing. They all do different things. He's blowing bubbles at me. What a goofy goober. These guys' spears, the spears that like this guy uses right here, is one of the best weapons in the game. Now again, it's a spear, so it's not fun. It's not a fun weapon. But statistically, it is one of the best weapons in the game. Technically, while the bokoblin pushed me off of the cliff, it was the act of landing that killed me. All points to team environment. I remember having to debate that a lot and being like, I don't know which way this could go. Ba-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-doo-doo-doo. Hello, ant. And this is where the ants are from, chat. The ants that we seen earlier. That almost killed me in one shot. That did almost all of my health. That was crazy. That's right, chat. Sometimes they fly. No! My stealth check failed! Okay. That was terrifying. And I know you're wondering. Yes, there is a shield of this guy's head. I think I have it. I don't, but there is. Yeah, not stealthy at all. I mean, I do have a giant pumpkin on my head. Very eccentric pants. Rude. Stop it! The guy just flung a rock at me. Yeah, that's right. You thought there was only going to be one of these guys? Whoa, fool's on you. There's many. Wait. Alright, we're chill. Excuse me. This is, I think, classified as the best curved sword. Sword fashioned from a delicate wing suffused with the magic of the stars. Strong attack unleashes a wave of enchanted light. Crafted from a relic of the natural born of the void, who is said to have assailed the eternal city. Unique skill. Nebula. Imbue the natural born wings with magic to send forth dark cloud of stars that lingers briefly before exploding. It looks like this. You can barely see it because I'm big. There you go. Looks like that. And it goes whoosh, 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 whoosh. And then you can go whoosh, 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 whoosh. See that? And then you go whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yeah. And then you go do that. And it's supposed to do ability, but you can't do it. Okay, anyways, well, I can't go back. Wait, hang on a minute. Oh. Did not consent? Peace? Cowbunga. Welcome to the Angel River, folks. Welcome, welcome. I like them big. I rolled early. I like them chunky. I have over 100,000 souls. Okay. I can be your Ainsel or your Densel. Densel floss. God, do you floss? Okay, how often you be flossing? Densel, Washington. Now we can see.
Is someone there? A customer? Well, how long has it been?
This mask right here, you'll never guess. You'll never figure it out. This mask right here, that's right. It's a Berserk reference. You guessed it. Oh, excuse me. You guessed it. It's a Berserk reference. Wait. Where is it? There it is. A foul creation designed to torment the wearer, either slowly fermenting hatred within their heart, or a spiritual fervor that is near indistinguishable from it. It looks like that. And that's right, it's a Berserk reference. Just like half of the video game. Also, what do you think that is, chat? There are no wrong answers. Melania, there are wrong answers. Probably Godwin. I don't think Godwin had a beard. I don't know. I don't know if they did. I guess they never really showed his front. I guess he could. I guess he could. So, like, there's a couple things of note here, right? Now, firstly, and probably most obvious, you can kind of see over by his penile region here, kind of moving up, it looks like he's encased in roots, right? And those aren't, like, those aren't natural. That's stone. It's in the stone. So it looks like he has roots coming up, right? You see that? And then on top of that, completely ignoring the figure themselves, you know, like the actual face of this, they're holding this stone tablet. And on this stone tablet, it kind of looks like it's the Erd tree. You see, like, the format of the Erd tree there? See that? Now, like, if we look at his face, you notice that he has the beard. That's obvious, right? But he also looks like he's missing an eye. Right? Those aren't roots, those are their peanuts. Close. Those are most likely horns. I don't know, I don't have an explanation for that, but those are most likely horns. And I think the stone tablet that he's holding might be in reference to the crucible that people reference, maybe? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know who that is. There is not an answer, but it is clearly something to do with the people that resided here. Now, who those people are, we don't know. It could be these creatures right here, right? Maybe this is someone that is worshipped by the Claymen, right? But even more than that, maybe it's something to do with the Noxtella and the Nox. The people wearing the hoods and stuff around here, that, like, worships the night and stuff. Maybe it's something to do with them. But there hasn't really been... There's not a single male of them that we've seen. And even more than that, the only, like, figure related to them that we've seen that is, like, anything more than just a person is a giant woman. So in turn, still not a dude, right? So, like, a good theory of who that is, right? We know that horns and stuff like that used to be, like, borderline worshipped by the people in the lands between. We know that. Yeah, it was the one that was sitting. Good job, good job. Just sitting over a god-slaying blade, a finger-slaying blade, rather. That we know the Nox made. The Nox made the finger-slaying blade, and that's most likely why they've been cursed to live down here. I digress. Because the Nox are so, like, focused on night, like, they worship the night sky, and stuff like that, it's possible that maybe that's just an astrologer. Maybe? But then why is he clutching that stone that appears to have a version of the Erd tree? You know, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't have an answer for you, but it's something that's like very open-ended of what you think that is. You know? You read Berserk? No. There is much too many rough topics in Berserk for me to keep my interest. A, like, 20 episode anime or something like that? Sure. I might be able to sit through that with the rough topics they discuss. Full-on graphic novel? No, thank you. That is a whole collection of graphic novels. It's not just one. That is far too much for me to dwell in for that long of a time, you know? You read any Junji Ito? Well, I don't know how to read, so that might give you like a hint to any answer that starts with would you read. But I don't dislike Junji Ito stuff, but it's like Junji Ito makes short stories mostly, so it's like it's different, you know. Like Berserk is like, I'm gonna use a bit of a bad word here. Reading through Berserk is like if in every 15 episodes of One Piece, there was a topic about rape. Like, it's like, that's what Berserk would be. It's like, it's so, like, they don't shy away from the rough topics. You know, they don't shy away from dread and disgust. Like, it's very much like, and it's so long. It's like, I can't do that. I'm not gonna do that. That's too much for me. No thanks. No, thank you. There's 41 volumes, but only 15 have been released in the specials of Berserk. I don't know. I might watch through some of the Berserk stuff eventually. I mean, I do like these games a lot, but it's like, Berserk is like, while there are like really cool things in Berserk, and I'm not denying that, there are very, very cool things in Berserk. The overall story is like, it gets to a degree where it's starting to be edgy just to be edgy, if that makes sense, and at certain points. From what I've seen, it's like, it's topics that are like, we didn't need this kind of thing, you know? But it's whatever. A very rough thing to sit through. I would rather go through the curated version of Berserk, which is playing the Souls games, where it still has those dark, red moments, but just tuned down a little bit, where it doesn't have the especially rough stuff, you know? Now, chat, you might notice these ants are a little quirky in comparison to the previous ants. Rather than just being the pure red, they have little white stripes. Kind of similar to a bee. They're like a bee, but ant still. Very scary. Very, very scary. Whew. Okay. Melted mushroom. Me too. Me too, honestly. Couldn't relate more. Melted mushroom is just me in July. Did you look at that, chat? Whoa! There's multiple giant women. Maybe we'll learn more about it after this pee break. Here's a prediction for no reason in particular. Let's go check out this giant woman, huh? I'm gonna eat this prawn for really no reason in particular. There's a boss? What? This is a dragon kid. Now you might notice something very important. This creature here can't use their legs. What does that mean, chat? What does it mean when a creature can't use its legs? Not just that it's paralyzed or something along those lines, but what does it mean in the Lands Between when a creature does not have the use of their legs? What is a common thread in the story in relation to characters not using their legs? This is a test. Phase 2. I wasn't expecting it to do that much damage, though. Oh my god. That meter is Frost. Frost does the same thing as Bleed, where it causes a massive damage percentage taken out of your health. But can't be applied as often and slows the target and causes them to take damage over time. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna get hit by this, yep. Oh my god. One! Is this another one of those dudes who use crazy magic and ended up a dragon, not dragon? No. I didn't study. Something about turning it into a tree or something? Incorrect. Does anybody know? Okay, I'll give you until the end of this, this round. Figure it out. Remember, What is the common thread in the lands between with creatures not being able to use their legs? God, he's fucking ridiculous. I'll give you a hint. The children inside of Renala's boss fight could not use their legs. Not grafting. Birth defects? Kinda, not really. That's not completely wrong. Magic, too vague. Easy peasy. Frozen Lightning Spear is such a cool fucking name for a spell. Incantation that channels the power of the Dragonkin soldiers. Creates a spear of lightning, of ice lightning, and stabs it into the ground from above. On impact, the spear will burst into trails of lightning advancing forward. The Dragonkin were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no true sky nor true lightning. Instead, ice lightning was their weapon. In the lands between, there are many examples of artificial life. There's the Albinaurics, there's the Children of Renala, and there's the Dragonkin soldiers. The Dragonkin soldiers are artificial life created by the Noxtella, by Nox. They are created using both that of human DNA and dragon DNA in an effort to make humans more like dragons, and in turn, immortal. This mission clearly failed. We'll learn more as we go. How you doing, Beal? I don't get it. Don't get what? Ask questions. I got an answer for almost everything, and anything that I don't have an answer for, it's because there is no answer for it. Why legs? Biologically, legs have the least blood flow out of the entire body because it's the furthest away from the heart. So, like, in history, the heart and the soul are very tied together, maybe, you know, like, but regardless, it is a through line that characters that are created artificially or synthetically, if you will, eventually lose the ability to use their legs. For the Albinaurics, this meant that their legs faded away over time. The Albinorics are made using the silver tears that are found around here. Same thing with those big metal balls. Those are like all... Those are all Those are all used to make like Albinorics and stuff like that. This is all for an item that I don't need. It could be theorized that the dragons are made with a similar methodology of the mimic tears and stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't have a stable answer for how the dragonkin are made, but without like reading a thing about it, we'll find more about them. There's more detail that we haven't found about them. Good night, farm. I love you. Mwah! Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Uh-oh. I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Uh-oh. I got to keep on schmoozing. Where is it? There it is. Said to be a budding horn, the ancestral followers believe that the horns of a long-lived beast continue to bud like antlers, over and over again until the beast one day becomes an ancestral spirit. Oh, and it's down here. Oh, that's crazy, chat. Oh, it's down here in this corpse pit. Oh, and it's right in the... It's that near the Angel River. Oh, I wonder where some of these corpses came from. Yeah. Not all, but some. No thanks. I ain't buying. Go ahead and wait for that to go away for a minute. How about that weather? Yeah. There's more. So many, goddamn! I didn't know that there were so many of these basilisks in here. Okay. Yo, we got soap. Let's go. Okay. Welcome to the Rot Swamp. Time for me to go to sleep. I promised Farm I would come home tomorrow and relieve them from dealing with their dad and brother. Good night, all. Good night, Farms Bob. I love you. Mwah! Why no face cam? Rot Swamp. Rot Swamp. The Swamp of Rot. Now, here's the thing about the Rot Swamp that I think is super interesting. If you look at the position of the Rot Swamp, this Rot Swamp is like covering this kind of area right here. Fun fact about Raya Lucaria that we didn't super dive into, but it's a little fun fact about it. It's sinking. Raya Lucaria in this entire swamp area is slowly sinking. Why is it sinking? You can even see Glintstone where Raya Lucaria is. You can see the glintstone. Why is it sinking? Because there's a giant rot swamp eroding the ground underneath it. Just one of those little tiny aspects of this game that doesn't really add anything lore-wise, but it really works to connect the world together. It really works to bring the entire picture of the world together. Just a little tiny connection. Doesn't really add anything, doesn't take anything away. It's just something that adds to the world building. Raya Lucaria is sinking. Why is it sinking? Because the rot swamp is directly underneath it. Small thing. Alright. Back to the mission at hand. I need to remember the direction in which we go. This was like a little bit of a side path. We didn't need to really go this way. I don't believe so. There's a rot swamp under Cali. I mean, the word you're looking for is volcano, but like, yeah. The word you're looking for is tectonic plate. Ain't nothing gonna break in my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. No-oh. You got to keep on. Alright, now that we've gone that way, back to the Ool Palace, we can go this way. As per always, I'm not here to 100% the game. I'm just here to give you guys a decent tutorial. Okay. I don't know if I said before, I'm not 100% if it's right, but I think these claymen are also some form of the mimic tier stuff, but maybe like more unformed version of them. You can kind of see that they die in the same way, and they have like little silver pieces on their back and stuff like that. But, so it definitely seems like these guys are comparable to the other silver tier things that we've been seeing around. I don't know if they ever confirm or deny. I don't really know much about the claymen specifically, beyond their spear being a really good weapon. But also a very boring weapon. Old lady needs to use it. Yeah, I don't got nothing for you right now. Go pee. And I died. Okay. Take two. Just gotta bottleneck him through the door. This is an excellent grinding spot, by the way. Not the best one. One of the best a lot of the like best grinding spots is literally just you shoot a creature, it walks off a cliff, repeat action over and over again. But like this is also one of the better grinding spots of the game. Pooping your pants and having someone else deal with the mess seems so freeing. Yeah, but then you gotta poop your pants and, like, it's all over your butt, you know? Like, it feels gross. You know, like... I don't know, I don't think that, like, wiping my butt is a worthy thing to get rid of entirely. If that's what the trade-off is, you know? Only gross for a moment. Sometimes it's not gross for only a moment, because sometimes old people don't realize that they pooped their pants. You know, I was out of juice. Yeah, that was a lot. I'm not looking forward to being old, though. If I get old enough to the point where I can no longer take care of myself to any vast degree, I give you all permission to kill me. Give you all permission to pull the plug. What if I have enough juice to level up right now? 'Cause I got a lot of this stuff. Oh, I definitely do. How much is this? That's 40,000. Alright. What am I going to level up now? Could use a sword that requires 18 int. It's an option. It's an option. Pretty weak. The only other, like, great sword that I would want to use is, like, does ice damage, and I don't like that. I mean, I guess if it's in my offhand, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, I did do ice damage in my first playthrough. I don't know. Canada has assisted opt-out, but the person has to petition for it because before they lost their ability to make decisions for themselves, and you need like a literal year, if not years, to get approval. And what you have to have, and what you have has to be terminal. I feel as though you get to a point, if your family member gets to a point where, let me get that to 35. If if your family member gets to a point where they can no longer care for themselves and are no longer cognizant, like, be that because of dementia, Alzheimer's, so on and so forth, like, if your family member gets to a point where, like, they're no longer there, and to the point where, like, that family member now has to care for that person 100%, the entire family should be able to agree that that person shouldn't be alive. Like, if the whole family agrees that, like, grandpa can't be alive anymore, then, like, it should be illegal to put them down. I seen a TikTok of an elderly lady who yearns for the urn, and she puts her DNR in her fridge just in case. DNR in her fridge. Urns for the urn. I don't know. I feel like... I don't know. I think that there's a lot... I think that there's some value in that thought process that I just had right there. I don't think that it's 100% put together or anything. Because it's like... Whoa, I rode on that ant. That was crazy. I feel like there's some value in that thought process, but it's definitely not all put together. It would definitely have to be ironed out. Because, like, it's pretty undeniable that humans live too long. Mama. Yeah, that's right, gamer. It's abortion time. Let's go. It's abortion time. Pop goes the weasel. Oh, fuck. Hey. Yeah, that's fair. I'd be mad. They're really big ants! Okay. One of my friend's dad had to have his leg amputated due to some sort of infection, but because of his age and him being in a coma by a result, they asked the wife if they should do the surgery or let him pass. She refused to make the decision and asked my friend, her daughter. My friend was going to let him pass, but her brother pressured her into getting the surgery. Her dad woke up and hated his life without the leg and was miserable until he passed. Her mom and brother now blame her for her dad's last years being miserable, and she should have made the right decision, as if it wasn't the mom's the whole time. I literally see that it. Yeah, that sounds like their problem. Meaning the mom and the brother. I said earlier, a few days ago, my partner who was having some issues in her workplace because some people basically wouldn't accept that they were the problem. And I said something that was unbelievably wise for myself, a content creator that is a butthole. But I do stand by it, and it was... Maturity is the ability to realize when you're the problem. That's what maturity is. Maturity isn't how old you are, or your responsibilities, or anything like that. Maturity is being able to acknowledge that you are the problem. It doesn't even have to do with how you solve that problem of yourself. Doesn't have anything to do with that. Doesn't have anything to do with like self-improvement or correction or anything like that. It is just the core of being able to acknowledge when you are at fault. Nothing else. And the inability to do so is immaturity. Hi. Imagine asking your daughter to make the decision to kill her father so you as the mom wouldn't have to, and hating her for the decision she made. The first part I get. Like, not necessarily, like, pushing that decision entirely. Like, I feel as though that should be a family decision. But in the same beat, like, if you are not able to make the decision of whether or not to pull the plug, you've already made the decision. It's no. The answer is no, don't pull the plug. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. Hey, Anna, how are you? You notice something funky with... It's unfortunate that I have to engage in this fight to be able to pick up my juice. Engaging in this fight spawns the rest of them. I got lucky just then, though, that hit both of them. Whew. Did I miss anything? Yes. Seems like she wanted to place the anger she would have felt towards herself on another person. Yeah. She had noticed something funky with his foot months earlier, but he refused to get it checked out. She now blames herself for not pushing the matter, and so do her brother and mom, even though they didn't support her when she initially brought up the issue and told her she was overreacting and to leave the dad alone. I feel as though that is specifically and only the dad's fault, because, like, you're in Canada. You have free-ish healthcare. There is no reason to not go to the doctor beyond laziness. Therefore, that is on him. What I miss? We killed a dragonkin, which is a half dragon, half man monstrosity. Also known as a scaly. That dude just came out of the dirt! And he shit out a formic rock! It was the dad's fault for not doing what the mom and son blaming her when they were against her pushing it as well is wild. Yeah, it just seems like a bad family, honestly. I imagine that there were many other issues in this family long before this happened. It just seems like it's a bad family. To me, at least. A person outside of this situation that has no knowledge beyond this. What's the next pee break? An hour and 13 minutes. Why? Don't worry about it. I'm now officially worrying about it. I was not worrying about it prior. Now I am worrying about it. I don't think I'm going to be able to get all the way up to 70,000. That'll have to do, pig. That'll have to do. Oops. Gotta keep that prawn meter going. I imagine Genesis has. Thank you for the prize. Well, I might actually be able to get there. No, I don't think I will. I think I'm just barely off. Oh, wait. Oh, I need 78. Did get to 70,000, though, and that's what I thought I wouldn't be able to do, so. I'm close. I'm close. There's also the time her ex... It's crazy to me, Whimsy, that you like this stream so much, and yet I say the things that I do. There was also the time her ex-BF's mom died of cancer, and she made... That was a bad time to giggle at the previous thing I said. She made her promise her on her deathbed to always take care of the whole family, while knowing her son was cheating on her. That's crazy. That's crazy. People just take advantage of her? Yeah. It's faster. Well, then where do I go right now exactly? Maybe I missed a thing. Maybe I gotta go right, yeah, right here. Follow this path. Mayhaps. Thought I did. All I want to do is see you turn into a giant woman. Giant woman. All I want to see. All I want to be is someone who gets to see a giant woman. I don't like cursing or being crass, but I don't want to force that on anyone. So you don't have a problem. So you don't like saying... So you don't like saying fuck you bussy, but you like it when I say fuck you bussy? Like, I don't, like... Or is it just like a don't mind thing? Yeah. Whimsy doesn't say beep. I wouldn't say I enjoy it. Okay. So you love it. Got it. Okay. Pardon me, boys, just passing through. Don't mind me. Ah, this is the place where I dipped and I didn't dive. Got it. I need to dive instead of dip. Well, I'm glad that I dipped before I dived. At the very least. Diving first before dipping was a very good call. Or rather, dipping first before diving was a very good call. There you go, I got there. Welcome, chat. Noxtella, the Eternal City. Now, something about this place, and this is something that I don't talk about often. If I was an engineering student, right? And I speak about that quite a bit, of like how I was an engineering student, and like I've learned a lot about engineering, but mostly mechanical and and electrical. Something that I don't talk about much is the civil engineering stuff that I learned. Now, what's cool here is that if we look at this architecture here, this architecture is very, it's not, this architecture still has a focus on like archways and pillars and stuff like that. But this architecture is very, in a way, kind of Italian-esque, or even further than that, there's echoings of Greek here, right? Very Greco-Roman, but I would say a lot of it is Italian with the points on things. They're very pointy in certain places, but it's kind of a mix of the two. I maybe more because of the use of the pillars and the arches. Those echo Roman, but like outside of Rome, it's more Italy, because obviously Rome is inside of Italy, you know. So they kind of have echoings of the same thing, right? But like, so this kind of architecture, if we look here at this architecture with this focus on these tall pillars and tall buildings, or even the fact that the thing that we just passed through is a dam. What is the, really, other than their concrete recipe, which is amazing, highly recommend you look that up, what is the thing that Romans are, like, known for architecturally? Colosseums and aqueducts. This is a massive dam. Same shit, different paint, right? So, if we look at this architecture and we look at this and how it echoes that kind of Greco-Roman style, and then we go back up to Leyndell, the capital city, and we walk around here and look at the areas here in the royal capital. This area, on the other hand, doesn't have the same archways. It does every now and then, don't get me wrong. But, like, it doesn't have the same archways in the same style. It doesn't have the same curved architecture. Is that a mosquito? Ooh, I'm gonna get it. Ooh, I'm gonna get it, chat. Ooh, I'm gonna get it. Ooh, I'm gonna get it. This just became war. We went from architecture talk to war. Where'd it go? Where'd you go, buddy? Stalemate for now. Stalemate for now, but I got my eye on you wherever you went. We will return to this war. Sorry, the VOD was paused. This architecture, on the other hand, isn't the same vibe. It has a different echoing. While the Noxtella is very arched and more Italian, Roman kind of area, this architecture is much more rectangular. It's much more pointy. It's very Western European or even England in its stylings, with more echoings of like France and Germany of those times in the way that it is built, rather than being what Noxtella is. And you can even see more differences in architecture in different places throughout the world. If we go back here into Stormvale, I'll go like, we need like a view of it. I guess First Step would probably be the best place to get a view of it. Sure, Ukrainians would love to hear you calling Eastern Europe just Russia. I mean, I moved on. We go over here and we look at this might be too far away, and we look at Stormvale in the distance, right? This also shares that same rectangular architecture. We probably should get closer. This is too far away. I'll move like go to Margits. Go to Margits. It's closer. While this area still has the rectangular architecture of Leyndell, right? It still has that same vibe, that same like Western European vibe. It's much more focused on these pointy banisters and pointy railings and stuff like that. This is more, I don't know where I would say the pointiness comes from. Probably still more Italian kind of area, more Southern Europe, I guess, would be the pointy stuff. But you can very clearly see that it's different, right? It's one of those things where it's like these areas are similar, right? Like it's not, they're very clearly of the same time period. Like we're not looking at something that's like something that's like made of sandstone and something else that's made of concrete or brick, right? Like it's very clearly the same vibe of like time period and styling, but like it's also very clearly coming from a different place, a different draw. Even if we look at over here, I guess Notre Dame, yeah, so that would be French. Even if we look here, look up architecture styles, sure. Am I saying stuff that's wrong here? If we look here at this is more of the Leyndell style. You can see that they're adopting the tall or not Leyndell, sorry. Of the I'm not using the official terms. I'm just saying like areas. If we look here at Raya Lucaria, it's much more echoing of the Noxtellan area that we just witnessed. Very tall buildings, a focus on circular archways and bridges. We got the pointed buildings, which are pretty goddamn close to what we've seen down there with these tall towers. It's very much the same vibe as the buildings in the architecture that we've seen in Noxtella. This was intentional, Fox. I know I'm not using the official architectural terms. But you can kind of see that it's all like the same time period. Like it's not too far off. It's just very much not the same. That makes sense? That's really where I was trying to go. Now, where did that fucking bug go? Well, all right, back to the game. I just had to have a little civil engineering break as we look at the differences in architecture in the areas. This is a Nox. We haven't seen one of them in a while. And did I do it? No, okay. Now, I don't know how to manage it. But it seems as though they've tamed these ants, right? Because they're riding on top of these ants. They are not tamed. These ants are not tamed. If I knock you can knock a nox off of the ant, and it will cause the ant to fight them. But I'm not going to be able to do it. As art history major, it's fun to look at all the different styles and slight differences. Yeah, I was using places and time periods instead of saying the architectural styling names, because more people know when I say time periods and places than the actual names of some of these architectural styles. Like, obviously, some of them are direct, like Romanesque, right? But, like, not all of them, you know? Also, I just don't know them that well anymore. I've forgotten things. I don't know every single name anymore. You can see this person is using a weapon made of the mimic tier stuff, of the silver tiers, as all of them have been. But these people not only use them in a way where they stretch and move around, but they can reform them into different types of weaponry. Like dual-wielding shields like Elon Musk did when the game came out. Or using them as a kind of a whip, kind of a pseudo-whip, pseudo-mace. I'm still so curious of why dude asked when the potty break is. So bright and hurting my eyes. If it's Gmail, you can turn on dark mode. Dark mode exists. How? I don't know. Google it. It's in the settings somewhere. I don't know. I turned it on 20 years ago. I don't remember where that is anymore. Now, the Nox Stella, or rather the Nox that we're seeing here, just to recap some lore that I gave earlier, these are all women, once again. That these are all women that were banished from the lands between and forced to live down here underground because of their creation, theoretically, of the there it is. Even I missed. Okay, anyways. So they were banished to live underneath the Earth's crest. Crest? Rust. Even though they worshipped the night sky. And this is because of their creation of the finger-slaying blade. But now they're doomed to live down here. Hey, there you go. There's that shield I was talking about. Looks like this. Huge head of one of the giant ants which inhabit the 2 underground rivers. Used without modification as a shield. Excels at repelling enemy attacks. Excuse me. Giant ants are venomous creatures, granting a boost to immunity when wielding this shield. Nice. It was very hidden. Yeah, I don't know where any of that is anymore. I don't know nothing. You can see via these silver tier things that these guys aren't like the other silver tiers that we fought before. But rather they are electrified and explode with electricity when killed, which very easily kills every single other mimic tier. Yeah, they're quirky. By quirky, I mean electrified. It's electric. Whoa. Now there's a bunch of them, but they're wearing masks this time. Shield. If I like if I used electricity on them, if it would cause them to explode, you know? No, that'd be really cool if that was like me fighting that one was a hint that that happened. Those ones, I mean. Very paranoid of mosquitoes, chat. Little allergic to the point where they just swell up super bad. I'd rather not, you know? Oh! Reading time, reading time. Wherever it is. There it is. Nope. There it is. Twin crowns worn by the Night Maidens of the Eternal City. Indicates the highest clerical rank. Hides the eyes with silk. Long ago, the Nox invoked the ire of the Greater Will, and were banished deep underground. Now they live under a false night sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege, of the coming age of the stars, and their lord. Same shit. Have I been transed? Not recently. Accidentally put on expired face products. Today is my last day on Earth. Who could say where the road goes? Where the road goes? Only time. I don't know the lyrics. It's like if I do enough damage to the front of them, their shield drops. Only roads. Because I thought it was where, who can say where the road goes, where the time goes, only time. But that doesn't make sense. This room sucks. That guy bugged. Looks like they're both bugged. Oh, is it where the day goes? Who can say where the road goes? Where the day goes? Only time. And it's just pictures of just like the saddest looking dogs. The low, low price of showing your pussy on the internet. You can save this dog. Oh. Oh my god. They just have infinite range. It's just, it lasts forever. I'm dead. I'm dead. Lights on, lights off, lights on, lights off. We get those ads a lot as well. I don't think it has to do with her being Canadian. I think it's just that song is extremely cheap. And sad. So we also get that ad a lot. In the arms of an angel, fly away from here. Yeah. Yeah, there was many Canadians that I would name before Celine Dion. I just want to make that known. That the list of Canadians that I would name before Celine Dion is not limitless, but more than zero. Baby, 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 oh, 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 baby, 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 oh, oh, baby, 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 oh, oh, won't you just be right? Okay. Now, what's your favorite boy band? There is a correct answer. Holy shit! Marianas Trench. I've heard of them, I have not listened to their music. The Beatles was a good answer. It was incorrect, but it was a good answer. I did like a big listen through of the Beatles. I listened to like... I got through like 4 albums of the Beatles. And it made me realize that all of the music that I have heard of from the Beatles already is their only good songs. I went through and I listened to a bunch of them. I made it through like 4 albums. And every single time I heard a song that I already knew, it was like the only good song out of the album. Like it was like every single other song that I never heard of was bad. I just lost almost 100,000 souls. Do they count? Are you asking if the Beatles count or if the Beach Boys count? Because the answer is yes. For the record, the correct answer was Big Time Rush. Yes, I did. However, they're still not saying the frick word. They're not back like the Jonas Brothers are back, which is unfortunate. God damn it, are the Jonas Brothers back, baby! God damn! Holy shit! Back and better than ever. Showcase is my trigger word. How you doing, Floof? The chat. As you can see here, Ball. You're welcome. This lore in deep dive. Wait for it. From that ball, I get a larval tear, the thing that allows me to respec. So, I want to be clear that this is not a canon thing that I'm about to say. This is kind of theory. The larval tear allows me to respec without being, like, cursed with the broken legs and shit, right? The giant balls, like this one, for example, drop larval tear. The silver tears that are around, the things that are trying to stab me and stuff, theory-wise, perhaps those are artificial life that aren't fully formed, similar to the Albinorics. Meanwhile, these balls, yeah, like this one, meanwhile, these balls are that same creature, but fully realized. Yeah, like this one. Yeah, like those two, yeah. Yeah, you got it. You figured that. You got it. Yeah. Yeah, like that one. What's the ball called? Silver Sphere. Not only did they make a ball an enemy, it might be one of the highest damaging enemies in the game. Okay. Now have the entirety of the Nox set. Free New Game Plus, you can always lower it. Luckily, the balls aren't that smart. I am small. Here we go. Didn't that one chick get turned into a ball? That's different. That's a different kind of ball. He got turned into like a fucking spirit ball that has like a bunch of... That has both her spirit and also the spirit of... I think it's a Lasat and... I don't remember. That was 5 bajillion hours ago. Her masters. Her 2 masters. Like, they all, like, got formed into a ball. By her own doing. She voluntarily did that. So... Chicken ball.
Ice cream so good. Ugh.
It's been so long since then. Simpler times. Simpler times. And 3, 2, 1. I thought there was a ball in here. Is wrong. Huh. Wow. I really missed all that all those times. Alright, now watch it start. Oh, that wasn't one of the loading ones. I mean, like, I could kill the ball, but, like... Oh, now I have to. So yeah, anyways, those little things are the ball shit. Not really, it's probably more like children, mitosis kind of thing. Hi, Ace. I didn't know you were live. How is your stream? Can someone shout out Ace, please? I'm gonna reread that for the VOD. Playing the original maps is always amazing and so nostalgic. I don't remember Black Ops 3 zombies that much. I remember Black Ops 1 and 2. I don't know if I played Black Ops 3. I think I might have been done with the Call of Duties by then. Maybe? Hang on, I'm looking it up. Was I done playing Call of Duty by now? I think I was. I don't recognize any of these. Yeah. I think I was done with Call of Duty by Black Ops 3. What year did 3 come out? 2015? Yeah, I was done with Black Ops 3 by Black Ops and Call of Duty by then. Brought back the World at War map. Brought back the World at War Black Ops 2 maps and just made them amazing. Really? Okay. See, I've played Call of Duty. I've played Call of Duty out of the zombie games. I've played World at War and I've played Black Ops 1 and 2. But that's where I stopped. And I've never played the original World at War maps. I've only played modded. Yeah, so anyways, chat, back to Elden Ring lore. You can see that these are statues. Yeah, that's all I got. I don't really understand the iconography. I don't know. That's all I got. You're welcome. Anyways. Damn, she does so much damage on New Game Plus 3. It's insane! Sometimes during this playthrough, it feels like you're a tour guide. Thank you, that's the goal. The goal is to be a tour guide. That is very much the goal. Anyways, back we go. I will go with it, chat. We'll go with it. Oh, my juice. Cool. Dang it. Roblox didn't come out till I was 11. I mean, like, I played Roblox until I was 12. Like, it's not... You saying that, like, Roblox at the time was not a kid's game. Like, the things that I did in Roblox was, like, I basically played first-person shooters in Roblox. So... But I also didn't play Roblox when it came out. I think I was like 9 when I started, and then I stopped when I was 12 or something like that. I don't know. And then for Call of Duty, I played from Modern Warfare till Black Ops 2, and every game in between there. Call of Duty Ghost is when I stopped. Thank God that game was bad. Okay. Just iframed through all that, I guess. Wow, 1 pixel of health, huh? Catchy song. It's only catchy because it's repetitive, alright? I'm upset at this song because it messed up my algorithm, alright? But also, I've now stopped utilizing shorts entirely. I refuse to look at them. I refuse to even glance at them. I refuse to acknowledge the existence of shorts except for in this moment and when I'm uploading shorts myself. I refuse. Shorts are dead to me. Dead! Okay. Alright. What this item, man? Moon of Noxtella. I'll read it in a minute when I'm not being assaulted. I've been transed. I've been transed. Unless they're shorts you're wearing. Yeah. I need to get pants that aren't shorts. Bye. Small. Itty bitty. And say hello to more ants. I know you missed them. I know you needed them. And so we deliver. I recall there being a thing, but I don't know. Yeah, I definitely can see everything that's going on in front of me. I'm not confused at all. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Where does this room go? Give me a checkpoint. God damn. It goes down? I was hoping for up. I'll refund your thing since I immediately ran away. I also forgot to talk to Ronnie earlier. A fair god.
Let us speak of the past a while. I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean. But I would not acquiesce to the two fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing. The two fingers and I have been cursing each other ever since, and the baleful shadows are their assassins. Even when I turned my back upon the two fingers, Blythe remained my loyal ally. Though he was created a vassal for an Empyrean, he was a colossal failure on the part of the two fingers. Blythe and E.G. both. Art willing to give too much to me, yet they both understand what lieth beyond the dark path, that I must betray everything and rid the world of what came before. Should I add thee to the list? Another one, kind of heart, as kind of heart as they. This form hath loosened my tongue. I've let slip too much. Forget what thou'st heard. Forget.
Ronnie's got a crush. Okay, let's go back up to the Eternal City and see if we can get that line of dialogue that we missed by me forgetting. I doubt it, but I can just read it to you, I guess.
I've let slip. Forget.
Hang on, give me a second. Give me a second here. Ronnie is the pretty blue lady with the cool hat. Yes. Never mind, we didn't miss anything. She said it. Yes, so Ronnie is the blue lady, the blue doll. So basically, Ronnie. When Ronnie hired the Black Knife Assassins to kill Godwyn the Golden, she also killed herself at the same time. She carved a symbol, a cursed symbol, into her flesh and into Godwyn's flesh that was meant to be a circle. But because they both died at the same time, rather than becoming a circle, each was half. Godwyn died in soul, but his body lives on. That's part of the reason why Deathroot is everywhere, and why those who live in death are being revived, and all that stuff. Because Godwyn the Golden's body is still alive and swarming Deathroot all over the land, with a little bit of the rune of death that is ingrained inside of his now corpse. Ranni killed her body, but not her soul. Her soul lived on. And in a vessel, she chose the doll, the blue doll that we've been seeing her as throughout the game. She became that doll and used that as her vessel, and was dressed up as her mentor, Renna, the Snow Witch. So that's what's been going on. Now, Ranni is now trying to achieve her goal of abandoning her destiny as an Empyrean. As she just said, that's someone who basically takes America's place. She's now trying to shed that role so that she will no longer be the Empyrean to take America's place, and instead go against the greater will and the Golden Order, and allow the world to progress. Did the Golden Dude want to die? No. He was assassinated. So basically, what I just said was summarized in a very short sentence. Ranni is half of the reason why the entire video game is happening, because she killed Godwyn the Golden. America is the other half, because while mourning Godwyn the Golden, she shattered the Elden Ring. So you could say the entirety of the blame goes on the greater will for trying to manipulate everybody. However, that's kind of indirect. Directly, it is both Ranni and Marika's fault. The greater will is at fault like a mafia boss is when he orders a hit on somebody. Where, like, legally he's not at fault, but in reality, he's the direct reason why the trigger got pulled, therefore he is. You know what I mean? I'm all for wanting to kill your bro. We don't know much about Godwyn the Golden in life. We know that he was generally loved. But obviously that's the greater will and the Golden Order talking. So it's kind of an untrustworthy narrator in that regard. But in the same beat, but what we do know is that they are stepbrothers. It's stepbrother, stepsister. They're not directly related. They are only related because Marika married Radagon. It's not like a kin killer. Yeah, Loki killing Baldur in Norse mythology, that's kin killing. But this is a stepbro situation. It's not, they weren't related. Now, why she chose to kill Godwyn the Golden, that I do not know. Is there a reason for that somewhere? Maybe, and I just don't know it. But, like, why she chose to kill him over anyone else, I do not know. A theory that I would have in regard to that is maybe it was to spit at the Greater Will in the Golden Order in America specifically. To be, because, like, if Godwyn was beloved by the Greater Will in the Golden Order, and she chose to do this, that is very much a fuck you to the people that were trying to control her. You know what I mean? I'm in a bad place because there's an ad about to happen, and I'm trying to get out of it so that I can teleport away. I'm gonna go sit at the thing, but we might... Yeah. I got 5 step siblings. They my siblings. I don't think it's the same situation here. E-break. Back to the grind.
Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry.
The night sky and the moon and the cosmos have a lot to do with the story of Elden Ring. This game is very secretly Eldritch Horror. And I kind of revealed that to y'all right off the rip because of the existence of the Greater Will and stuff like that. It's the part of the game that the game doesn't really talk about. It doesn't talk about these outer gods. It doesn't acknowledge what the Greater Will is. It never talks about this. It just puts you in the world and allows you to connect the dots as you go. The outer gods and the Greater Will and these things are the secrets that the game keeps until the end. However, having the knowledge that they exist, having the knowledge that they have a measure of influence over the actions that are happening in the lands between, adds a lot of context to the actions of the people inside the lands between. On the greater side of America and people connected to her, and Moog with the Formless Mother, and then on the lesser side, the people of Noxir, where they worship the night sky, the very place where the cosmos and these outer gods reside. There's also the astrologers, who are the original sorcerers, where a lot of these sorceries are derived from the night sky, with astrologers being the very first spellcasters. And then the people of Raya Lucaria with their glintstones basically just mimicking what those astrologers found, but in a more safe way. Because a lot of these astrologers would peer up at the night sky for hours on end and learn things about these sorceries. However, those that stared too long never looked away. So, like, this game is very secretly Eldritch Horror. It hides it extremely well because it has all of this stuff focused on this medieval fantasy setting with, like, basically a stand-in for Christianity and the Catholic Church, like, of the Greater Will and the Golden Order. Like, it's very Celtic and just really just England-ish inspired. Like, it's very it's all that kind of stuff of how the world was back in the medieval and the Renaissance eras. But then when you really start to dig into it and you look further than the surface level of this medieval setting of this world that looks like it's a painting, when you look just a little bit deeper between the lines and really observe the paint strokes, you realize that Cthulhu is waiting. So it's like, it's the part of the story that is extremely hidden until it isn't. And once it isn't, it all unfolds. In fact, when I first played the game, and you can watch the VOD's up of my first playthrough. You can watch the VODs of my first playthrough. The outer gods are the part of the story that I never connected. I never figured that out on my first playthrough. I didn't put that together, that there was something greater at play here. I put together the entirety of the story of Elden Ring. When I finished Elden Ring and I watched the lore videos, I got everything right. And one of the two big things that I had wrong was the Outer Gods. Because it's so hidden, they hide it. And once you realize they're there, it adds so much context. And that's why I kind of like revealed that right off the rip. Like one of the first things I said this playthrough was about the greater will. That was one of like I think I said it right when we left and went on the first step. The very first looking out into the world, I told you guys about the greater will. Like I did that because without knowing about the greater will, I wouldn't be able to tell you all of the things that I've been telling you because it's such a hidden and yet it's such a hidden and yet pivotal part of the story. As well as the other outer gods, not just the greater will. You know, because like he's not the only one. The greater will is the big one. The greater will is the god, right? But like then there's also the the formless mother who Moog worships. We've barely seen anything of that so far. We have just read his name and the formless mother in the same lines of descriptions, but we have not learned anything about that yet. There's the Fury. We've been directly interacting with someone who is actively infecting themselves with Fury, and yet we don't know jack shit about who the Fury god is. But it is an outer god. Like there's the goddess of rot. We've learned that Melania is to some degree like a vessel for this outer god or something along those lines. She could just be the outer god, but we don't know anything about it beyond that. You know, like there's all of these other outer gods that are like in this game and fiddling around with the world and that we are experiencing, and yet they're so background to everything that you don't really realize until given the context that the outer gods exist, that they are the puppeteers in every single aspect of this game. You know, the fact that Ronnie decides to go against the greater will is not a coincidence. It's not something that just happened. It's something that has been built up. You know what I mean? And without knowing that the greater will exists and that the two fingers are manipulating people into following their plan, that America is manipulating people into following their plan, without knowing this context of this story of how these outer gods are at play here, it's just a video game. It's just a world that was written about a family that fucked up. You know? That's all it is. And then when you get into those layers, it really starts to breathe. And that's kind of why I love Elden Ring so much. That's why I love this game so much. Is because and why I wanted to bring you guys on this guided tour. Is because like when you're given the context of these things, everything has so much more weight than the first time you play it. And it's the same story for the other FromSoft games too. Like there's a lot of layers to like just Dark Souls 1. It's not this layer. It's not to this degree. There's a lot of layers to Bloodborne's story. It's not like this. That is one of my favorite parts of Japanese fantasy games. They always have such religious or political undertones that are so subtle that unless you are super paying attention, you don't really notice the implications. I feel as though the East, really Japan specifically, because China hasn't really had that big of a how dare you? China hasn't really had that big of a gaming industry until super recently. But like, I feel as though Japan is so willing to talk about these kinds of things because like they're not super connected to Christianity or anything like that. Like I'm sure there's people in Japan that follow Christianity, but like for the most part that they don't. Meanwhile, America and also Europe, you know, the two other places where video games are commonly made, were so like, goddamn. Those rats are impossible to kill. We're so, like, Christianity focused. We're so Catholic focused. Like, we're so Christian dominated. Like, it's wild how much even our government systems are based on Christianity. Like, until recently, where people started to be very agnostic and very critical of Christianity, like, everyone is Christian. So it's like, I feel as though Japan is a lot more willing to do commentary on religion, because they aren't as Christian dominated as America and as Europe is. Obviously not all of Europe, but the bulk of Europe. You know? Plus it. Plus it. Pressed enter too soon. I'm waiting in Antissa. Maybe Ace. I honestly don't know. I don't know what religion is dominant in Japan. Like, I know Buddhism, but I don't know if Buddhism is a Japan thing. I think that might just be a Chinese thing. I have no idea. Shinto? Maybe? Yeah, I don't know shit about Shinto. I don't know anything about it. The only thing that I know about Shinto is that it exists because of civilization. And obviously, in civilization, you make all the religions your own thing. So the only reason I know about Shinto, I just lost 100,000 souls. It's fine. It's just a level. Yeah, it's Shinto Buddhism. I think it may have been Shinto. Yeah, okay. They didn't get big on Christianity until the Cold War. Buddhism is big too, so is Muslim. Well, I mean, like, obviously, like, everywhere's a mix, but, you know, there's always going to be a dominant. Two major are Shinto and Buddhism. Yeah, I don't know any. I mean, I know quite a bit about Buddhism. Not to a degree where I would say that I'm a master or anything. Like, I couldn't confidently tell you things about Buddhism, but obviously I know the vibes. I don't know anything about Shinto. I couldn't tell you the first thing about Shinto. Is Shinto like Amaterasu? And stuff like that? Or is that, like, outdated? You know? Yes? Okay. So I know a little bit about Shinto. A little bit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Plus, it definitely more socially acceptable, encouraged to explore that kind of storytelling. In the U.S. In the U.S., there is always, however, in the U.S., there is always scrutiny from some groups when those aspects are explored. Yeah. It's like, I think that, over time, more and more people are not as religious. Like, obviously, religion is still, like, a thing in America, and, like, it's still, in relation to Christianity. A lot of people are still, like, super Christian in America, but, like, I feel like over time it's starting to die off. not like where it's never, where like Christianity is going to disappear to any degree, but there are definitely a lot more people today that are anti-Christian than there were before. Or not anti-Christian, but like not devout, you know? Because, like, I'm just going to be real with you folks. I don't believe God exists. Like, you know? Like, I do not think God exists. I do not think the afterlife exists. I do not think anything. And there are a lot of people like me. I don't believe in any of that. So it's like, there are a lot of people like me. Well, I believe in God, but I don't like the God they talk about. Maybe religion is something that you should explore, Ace. If I were to explore any religion, like, personally, it would probably be Buddhism, because Buddhism is a lot about yourself. Like, Buddhism is very inner peace focused kind of thing. As well as, like, the focus on, like, reincarnation and stuff like that. I think I like the idea of that a lot more than what Christianity is, where it's, like, straight up, like, there is an afterlife, it's internal happiness, so on and so forth. Like, I'm more willing to believe that, like, that the energy of our life force is passed on to a different creature, and we are, like, reincarnated into a different creature. You know, that's much more easy for me to believe personally. But I don't. I believe that when you die, assuming that you don't cremate yourself, when you die and you get buried, you feed the earth. In turn, the circle of life continues. That's it. I don't believe in, like, anything else. It's like a soul gone. Like, there's nothing. There's nothing there, you know? What do you see when you die? Nothing. You're dead. That's it. And in turn, without believing in that stuff, it kind of adds a higher priority on life. You don't even feed the earth anymore? Yeah, it's kind of fucked up, huh? You just see a game over? Basically, yeah. I mean, like, would it be cool if there was some sort of afterlife? Sure, but, like, I don't know. I don't think that there's a lot of value in looking towards it, you know? Outside of, like, being like, your mom died, believing that she went somewhere. You know, like, that's cool. Be like that, of, like, feeling as though your mother or whoever, or your friend or your dog or whatever is, like, in a better place or whatever. Like, I get that of, like, acceptance. But, like, when people go a little crazy with it, you know, is when it becomes true. In reality, that's really where I'm at. It's like, I really don't care what anybody worships or what anyone believes, as long as you're not forcing it onto people and using it to excuse bad behavior. That's really what I am. As long as you're not using your beliefs to excuse bad behavior, I really don't care what you believe and what you do. You know? Even outside of, like, religion, if we were talking like ghosts and shit, you know, it's like I don't really care, or magic, you know? Like, I really don't care what you believe in, as long as you're not using it to hurt other people, or using it as an excuse to hurt other people, or anything along those lines. I really couldn't care less. My mom was enrolled in Catholic school as a child, but not because my grandparents were religious, but because the societal expectation and attempt to increase their social standing. British. He said there are no ghosts, only demons. I haven't asked him any religion questions since then. Yeah, that's fair. There are no ghosts, only demons. Such a scary thing to say. There are no ghosts. Only demons. Dig it, get it, get it, get it. You know? Good night, Bill. I love you. Mwah! I wish I had a goopy weapon like that. I wonder if I can get their weapon. Well, that worked out. Monk armor. Is that different than the one I got before? Yes. Armor worn by the monks of the Eternal City with a silk cape attached. Long ago. Oh. Same shit. Maybe these are the males of the Nox. Maybe I was wrong and there are male Nox. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, I looped around. I wash my hands before I go piss at the mall, so I don't get COVID on my penis and infect my wife with my COVID penis. I think there's a hard difference some people need to realize is that Christianity is diverse, and what is known as Catholic, there's actually like 3 main sects of religion and then 50 billion types of Christians. Yeah. True. But in the same beat, like, Catholic is so dominant. You know what I mean? Like, not even just, like, in the way that, like, not even in just the way of, like, Catholics are, like, dominant out of, like, Christianity as a whole. Not even just that, but, like, in the way that they act and react and, like, the beliefs of Catholics and how they use them, you know? It's, like, even beyond just saying, like, they are the dominant religion, you know, that's... It's like they're very Catholic is very like force their self onto you kind of thing a lot of the time, you know. And I don't know, like, I'm not religious, I don't know if the religion like backs that up to be like, hey, this is something that you should do, but like it is pretty consistent that the people that I would call super Christians are 9 times out of 10 Catholics. The people that are like pray the gay away 9 times out of 10 Catholic. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very consistent thing, and I don't know if that's because of like the beliefs of the religion itself, or anything, but like it's pretty common. Maybe it's just a coinky dink. I don't know. I'm not religious enough to know. I didn't grow up religious or anything. I asked my family once, and they said that we were Methodist, but not because we're Methodist, but because my grandma is. And that's it. I've only been in a church twice, and both of the times were to play basketball. I didn't like go to the church, you know. So I'm not educated on religion and beyond like the mythology side of religion. You know what I mean? Like I know like bits and details about like the about like the mythology side of religion and that kind of thing, but like the actual like beliefs that religion that Christianity follows. More likely to fall into a cult when you're struggling in life. So build a strong support system when you're you're already in a cult. She actually runs the scholarship bursary committee in her group. I get you. I'm reading fast. All right, chat. Stop the real talk. It's party time. This is a baleful shadow. You might notice that it looks a lot like Blythe.
Tell the two fingers that Rani the witch cometh to rend thy flesh with a fateful wound, ne'er to heal.
Yeah. You might notice that it looks a lot like Blythe, and it's called a baleful shadow. Oh, why is it called a shadow? Oh, interesting. You know, it's like, this is very much them taking what Blythe was meant to be, you know? So this isn't Blythe themselves, it's more like them using Blythe's spirit, them using Blythe's soul to their advantage and manipulating it in that way. And I'm dead. One! Okay. All right, party time. Fortunately, I gotta kill these nerds every time. You weren't energy drinking anymore, Drew? What do you mean? When did I say that? I said I wasn't snacking. or 3 Elden Rings ago. No, I'm not giving it up. Energy drinks are part of my job. Fuck. Two! Fuck it. He's one-handed on one hand. I died, or I'm doing this. I personally just like matcha. It has a place for me. Now I don't lose 50-50 against coffee anymore. I just drink enough Diet Coke to kill a small child, and that gets my caffeine intake to treat the ADHD. I get 3! I didn't kill the bastard. Fuck. 4! I died. Way early. Also notice the black flame on his sword. You know, the black flame that's made to kill gods is here to stop Ronnie from continuing descending. Once again, an example of America using sorry, not America. Once again, an example of the greater will using something of their enemy's creation to their advantage. Five! Six! shit! 7! This is attempt 13. So this is Blythe, but not necessarily. This is a mimic of Blythe sent by the Greater Will to stop Ronnie from killing the Two Fingers. He's just gonna keep doing this move. In a way, it is the Blythe that the Greater Will intended him to be. It is Blythe's spirit if they took out him being honorable and loyal to Ronnie. And instead made him honorable and loyal to the Greater Will. At least that's my interpretation of it. But it is not Blythe himself. $13.
My thanks. 'Twas
15.
more of a challenge than I envisioned. Now I can finally stand before them. This is farewell, my dear. Tell Blythe and E.G. I love them.
Discarded palace key. The reason she needed us in this instance is because we needed to defeat that. She was not able to progress because of that. And now we have the remnants of her soul, but without her soul inside. Now I can start using my second sword again. Had to be honorable. You get it. You get it. You understand. I mean, like, he was using Black Flame, which is like a little dishonorable, but I'll forgive him. I'll forgive him for it. Nascent butterfly. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I have overlays that I barely ever use splatter cake, like this. Or like this. Or like this. Or like this. Which I need to add to and make better. Or like this. Or like this. Or like this. Or like this. But I never use them. They're very extremely situational. So I hold back. Now, chat. Welcome to the Rot Lake. Welcome, welcome. Once again, I restate. I said it earlier, I say it again. You look right there. You look at the ceiling, you can see glintstone poking down. If I take the map and I go over here where that glintstone is, and I go above ground, Raya Lucaria. That glintstone is Raya Lucaria. They built the college there, or the school there, the academy. They built the academy there specifically because it allowed them to mine glintstone, not realizing that underneath it was the Lake of Rot. And the Academy of Raya Lucaria is slowly sinking into the ground. slowly but surely sinking. And the reason for that is because the smoke from the rot is going up into the ceiling and slowly eroding the ground, causing the College of Raya Lucaria, as well as their mining of glintstone, to slowly fall into the ground. Eventually, if that were to continue, which we will not see in this game, but if that were to continue, eventually, the college would fall down into this area. It would fall down into this area. The entire ground would collapse, and it would sink into the lake of rot. And that will happen eventually. We just won't see it in the events of this game. In the DLC, maybe. I mean, like, anything's possible, but, like, in the events of the game, that's not going to happen. Here we go. This will allow us to survive the rot a little bit. Let there be ground! If there's no college, how does that impact the world? In the current day, probably not at all, in reality. In the future, it would probably, whoa. In the future, it would probably...
The worst part about the lands between is that they didn't even invent pizza yet, and that's why the gods smited them and left them with this cesspit hellhole.
In, like, the current day, probably not at all, but, like, in the future, less people would know magic. You know, like, over time, less people would know magic. Holy shit. Pardon me, just passing through. Whew. Chat, you can now see what I'm heading towards. This right here is another one of the dragonkin that we fought before, the half dragon, half human. Just chilling here.
Not gonna lie, I wiped this entire cursed area from my memory.
Yeah, that's fair. It sucks a little bit. Sucks a little bit. How are you, Raw? How you feeling? By the way, chat. Raw, in the roleplay server that he's been trying to get me to play on for 5 years, just got mayor in the roleplay server. He campaigned for 7 months, unofficially, but also like 3 weeks officially. But like he campaigned for 7 months in like an actual campaign, like not even treating it like a video game campaign, like fully campaigning with posters and slander ads and so on and so I can finally upgrade my sword and so on and so forth, like fully campaigning for 7 months long. And just won by a landslide and is now mayor in the roleplay server that he's been trying to get me to play on for many years. Damn it, I was right there. Man. Thanks for the sub, Raw. Everybody give Raw congratulations and a clap, please. Very impressed and very proud. Thank you for the 53 months. I hope you enjoy your emotes and your balloons. I believe I'm gonna go upgrade my thing, actually. I've been waiting for this for a really long time. I'm gonna go... I can't afford it now, because I just lost my shit. Ooh, that hurts harder than I thought it would. Okay. I mean, I'll just go get it. I'll just go get it. Fuck it. I'll just go get it. Fuck it. We'll find something else along the way. I mean, I see this dude chilling here. Inside the rot. Just vibing. I don't know what your deal is. Well, I'm dead. Well, there goes those souls. Guess I'm not going back. Okay. There is actually lore to that splatter cake, by the way. For the reminder, splatter cake said there's no pizza in the lands between. So, you've stumbled on some actual lore. In the lands between, Marika plucked the rune of death, right? She took off the rune of destined death. It no longer exists, right? So, because of that, people don't starve. People don't hunger. You don't die from starvation. They might feel hunger pangs. I don't know about all that, but like, they don't die. You don't die from starvation. The only thing that you can die from in the lands between is other people killing you. Okay, that's probably enough to upgrade, maybe. Probably. Finally. Now I need a 9. Well, back we go. If they don't need food and they don't die, what is happening at the roots of the catacombs? There's people merged with them. Well, first off, people used to. It's not a, this isn't an always thing. At one point, Marika plucked the rune of death. And now nobody's dying, but it's not an always thing. People were dying at some point. But even beyond that, did I get that one? I don't know if I did. I did. Even beyond that, there's a thing called Erd Tree Burial, where basically your soul ascends into the Erd Tree, essentially, and that's meant for like heroes and stuff. So like, be that, but like mostly it's just like people used to die, they don't anymore. That's really like the gist. And there used to be different beliefs surrounding death, and different people that played different roles in death. Like, for example, Thea, the deathbed maiden. She played a role in regards and in relation to death. But like, when the rune of destined death was plucked, it changed those rules. But people's bodies can still die. It's just only through being killed, I guess. What the rune of destined death really means is that nobody's destiny is to die. It does not mean that people don't. It's just like it's a reincarnation kind of situation. That was not worth this. That mushroom cap, not worth it. Not worth it. I can see those easy. Okay, that not worth it. Not worth it. But it looks like that. That's cool. Anyways. So, like, an example of something that, that existed in death and, is something that is, like, an outdated belief, that you can see all around is, like, candles glowing white, like a bluish-white tone. That has a lot to do with, like, death. The old death. The death that people have forgotten and moved on from. Yeah. You get the idea. It's just previous past ideals that don't exist anymore. Yeah, so anyways, here's a prediction. One! Luckily, there's a stake. If you had unlimited money, would you overpay on a cool hip desk that basically does all your cable management for you? Yes, right? Oh, okay, I read that wrong. You meant hip. You were like double down on the cool. Cause like what you basically just said was cool, or hip. You meant like cool hip. Like, okay, I got it. For some reason, I thought it was like a hip desk, like a desk connected to your hip, that you had a desk wherever you went. Realize now that's stupid. But cool hip desk that basically does all your cable management for you. No, I mean, like, if I had unlimited money, sure, but, like, I would probably buy, one of those trays. They make trays that you put under the desk, and then you route the cables around, and it goes in. But, like, honestly, I would not trade my standing desk for anything. I love my standing desk so much. I'm probably not going to be able to bring it, anywhere, when I eventually move, because it's heavy as fuck, so I'm just literally going to buy a new standing desk. I love it so much. Well, I'm dead. If I told you it is three actually. Three! What if I told you it is a standing desk, manages cables, and the power supply feeds through the legs into the integrated cable management tray? Power supply. I think it would depend on... I have 3 monitors. Wouldn't be against getting a 4th. So I think it would depend on what the power supply could handle, I guess. But, like, yeah, I would be down for that. Yes, that is cool. Yeah, I meant power wattage, yeah. That was a thing. Hello, phase 2. Oh. Bye, phase 2. 4! Been thinking about a sit-stand desk, but am limited by space at the moment. I would recommend a sit-stand desk over any desk chair. I think the sit-stand desk is the best purchase I've ever made. Well, okay, 5, okay, okay. Standing right now. Hey, me too. Whoa, hey, whoa, whoa. Look at that. I don't know. I think the fact that you already have a sit-stand desk and like the sit-stand desk, I think you should just keep what you got. Like, unless you have like a legitimate issue with what you have, I think what you have is fine. People management in reality is not that big. It will make it seem like it's a much bigger deal than it is. It's not that big of a deal. The Magnus Pro XL from Secret Lab. Secret Lab and I have beef, so. What's your beef? I bought one of their desk chairs. I think it's the Omega, not the Titan, not the big one. Which was the proper size for me. Like they have size recommendations based on like your height and your weight and stuff on their website. So I bought the chair that fit my size, which was the Omega. And because it has the little side juts, 6, because it has the little side juts, like a racing chair kind of thing, it has caused a permanent bump on my thigh that has not gone away. This was, I think, 4 years ago. It is still there. Show us your bump. It is not big enough for UTC, but it is there, and I can feel it. It was painful at first, but it does not hurt anymore. But, like, show us your ass. But, like, it's not... It is permanently there. So, like, I have beef with Secret Lab. If Secret Lab asked to work with me, I would say no. And then after telling them this, I basically had to play lawyer in order to get a refund and a return. 7. I will never have a floor set up.
Poggers!
Okay, 8. Floor time all the time? No, thank you. Yeah, I would like to not have knee problems in my future. Thank you. Who is this guy, and is he why the... No, he's not why everything is gross. That's just kind of happening, honestly. He's a dragonkin. He's a creation by the Nox, the people that were above. We've seen a hot second ago riding the ants and stuff. He's half human, half dragon. They created him in an effort to make an immortal human. It didn't work. Oh, well, I'm not doing that again. Well, I'm dead. Eight, I think. 9. 9. Yeah, this area sucks. Any effects that would help you? I don't need no help. I'm a god gamer. I got this. The effect that would help would be removing the rot from the area. Would be cleaning, recycle. That helps. That's the effect that would help. Recycle, folks. Guys, recycle. Clean up those oceans. I need you to not be entirely in the rot. Thank you. Oh, okay. 10. Here's another prediction. Yeah, my feet fall asleep a lot. Like my my legs, my calves, and my feet, because of how I sit and stuff. Risk, it worked out. Kind of. I can't fucking see. All right. Best part about the racer chair at the time was I was watching my dog and he couldn't be alone, so I slept in my gaming chair one night. It's pretty comfy. Yeah. I think that honestly, the Omega chair on the website is just improperly sized. I think that if I bought the Titan from Secret Labs, I would have been fine. But like, I'm not a big guy, you know, like average height, almost average weight, almost. Like, I'm not a big guy. So like, I was in the size range for the Omega chair, so I bought the Omega chair when apparently I needed to buy the big one. I think just what they listed on the website is incorrect. The sizing they list on the website is incorrect. Which in turn, once again, caused me to have a permanent bump on my leg. I'm dead. There's nothing I can do. I'm just gonna have to be healing this entire time and the meter goes down so slow, so there's nothing I can do. I have an ergonomic chair. It's okay. Nothing to write home about. How much was your sit-stand desk? I think 500 total. I think. Because I bought the legs and the top separate. The top is a butcher block from IKEA. And I think I spent 200 on it. I think. But it would have been 100 if I lived near an IKEA. But because I do not live near an IKEA, I had to pay $100 for shipping, which is still cheaper than every other butcher block I could have bought. And then the legs were just from Amazon, and altogether it was $500. And it is the best $500 I've ever spent. Underneath that is a $30 bidet. So. Alright, cool. 12! Does he count as slow nearby enemy? You can try it and I'll refund you. If it doesn't. My important things for a chair, it has to have It has to have flip-up arms and the ability to lean back. Flip-up arms? What does that mean? Oh, that gets rid of it. That gets rid of it. Slow nearby bosses, and he has a boss bar. Never mind. I don't know. There's a damage enemy, and that works on bosses for some reason. But I don't really like it. Arms you flip up so you can go completely under your desk, or you can flip them up, like crisscross, like I do. Up. I guess I've never had a chair with flip-up arms. Have some fast? Oh, thank you. Come on. That didn't do much. Huh? 13, I think? I don't know. This is my desk chair. Hang on, I'll just... My desk chair. It's from Autonomous. The arms are like hard plastic. They're like, they got a little bit of squish to them, not much. And it made my elbows real red. So I got these little covers for it. It solved that issue immediately. Back is like this mesh, and it has one of those little things on the back that goes up and down. I usually have it at its highest. It has these arms also go up and down. I leave them at their lowest. It has the seat can go diagonal, which I do sometimes. I probably should do it all the time. It's my chair. It's okay. It also has a headrest, but I take it off. Not comfortable. I use it sometimes. I mean, I sit while I'm not streaming. You asked me, or never mind. I read the question wrong earlier, and stored it in my brain that way. I really only use my sit stand, or rather my stand, while I'm streaming. That's the majority of my week, so, you know, I stream 6 hours, 4 hours a day. 6 times 4 is 24. So it's like it's the majority of my week. And then you add in like 12 hours and stuff. Like, I should stand more when I'm not streaming, but nobody's nerfed. Like this boss is gonna have to wait till next time. As I do have things to do. Boop, 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 beep. For those of you watching the VOD, hey, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoy. I love you. Mwah!